Last night, the Cubs closed out their City Series with the White Sox, defending home field for a second straight night and splitting the season set. Today, John Lester aims to build on his Wrigley success as his hometown Mariners come to Chicago. Cubs baseball on CSN Chicago is presented by State Farm. City Series is over. The Cubs move on. They continue, though, in interleague play and welcome in for only the second time ever the Seattle Mariners here at Wrigley for the first time since 2007. And welcome to Cubs baseball. Len and JD with you. Kind of hazy conditions. The sun is shining. Might be a tough sky day for the outfielders. And the wind might shift, but right now it's blowing in.
Yeah, and that's a good thing because this Mariner club hits a lot of home runs. They've got a lot of guys who get the ball in the air. So John Lester will be able to take advantage of that, hopefully. It's interesting because we never see this club, but they've got a lot of firepower. The guys in the middle of that order, Cano, Cruz, and Seager, about as good as it gets, all three of them with 20-plus home runs already this year.
No DH for the Mariners this weekend, so Nelson Cruz is in their lineup. He is playing right field. He has mostly DH'd this season. Had a big game in Toronto earlier on this trip, and you can pretty much count on about 25 homers or more every year from him.
Yeah, among the American League leaders in home runs and slugging and on base plus slugging. He's done a lot of damage against John Lester in his career, 11 out of 28. It's a batting average approaching 400 with 3 long ones.
Cubs made a roster move today. Chris Coghlan is back from the disabled list. He was very good in a few rehab games at AA Tennessee. He had the rib cage strain. Interestingly, Tommy La Stella optioned back to AAA Iowa. This is really about who has options and who doesn't, and unfortunately, Tommy had to draw the short straw.
Yeah, it's just about controlling the roster. The other option, I guess, would have been to designate Chris Coghlan for assignment. The Cubs did not want to do that. We've got a trade deadline nearing. It's a kind of a fluid situation. More things may happen. Yeah, not fair for Tommy La Stella, but that's the nature of the game. He had options, so this way they're able to keep La Stella and Coghlan both in the fold, and we got Soler coming soon too.
That's right. He is rehabbing as well. Let's hear from Joe Madden on how Tommy La Stella took the news. He wasn't happy.
Not well, like you would not expect it. Yeah, I was not well, and he shouldn't take it well. Honestly, it's just it's an unusual moment we're in right now where we have so many guys, and like this is definitely advocacy for a 27 or 28 man roster. It's just it's difficult. These are hard decisions. Guys are not going to like them. I don't expect them to like him. I'll not make up any kind of excuse or try to give you guys any kind of reason other than the fact that it was hard to do. He didn't like it, and it's just, again, it's part of the rules and how they are constructed in our game that kind of forces you into different moments.
Well, the Cubs roster is such that there are going to be some difficult decisions to be made. The non-waiver deadline is Monday. That's August 1st, and we'll see if the Cubs decide to make any other moves. But we have Cubs baseball next as they host the Seattle Mariners. The lineups, the first pitch, and all the action coming up on Comcast Sportsnet.
On CSN Chicago is brought to you in part by your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer, who invites you to test drive a Lexus today. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all. Ford, inviting you to check out their fuel-efficient lineup at your local Ford store or at localfordstores.com. Southwest Airlines, transparency, low fares, nothing to hide. And by your local Kia dealers. Visit mykiachicago.com to learn more.
Welcome back to beautiful Wrigley Field. Puyallup, Washington native John Lester will face the following Seattle Mariners Southwest starting lineup. This card written out by former Cub catcher in his first year as their manager, Scott Servais. Switch hitting Sean O'Malley will be in the leadoff spot. Young Ketel Marte is on the disabled list. Veteran Franklin Gutierrez, Cano, Cruz, Kyle Seager, another 20-homer year for him. Dae-Ho Lee is a rookie, even though he's in his 30s. Leonis Martin, the center fielder. Chris Iannetta, the catcher. And Hisashi Iwakuma, the pitcher, batting ninth.
Cubs defensively, we'll set it for you, and it's brought to you by Arby's. Chris Coughlin, back from the DL, will play left today. Jason Hayward, center. Ben Zobrist in right as Dexter Fowler takes a rest. Bryant, Russell, Baez, Rizzo on the infield. Man, Russell and Baez, they've been fun to watch lately, making all kinds of plays as per usual. David Ross behind the plate when John Lester is the Lexus Pursuing Perfection starting pitcher, as he is this afternoon. He's out there for the 21st time, 10-4 with a 309 earned run average. So, Mariner team a fair bit better against right-handed pitching than lefties.
You see the umpires as Eric Cooper says play ball. Cornerman in against the switch hitting Sean O'Malley. And we are underway.
You can tell by the numbers, O'Malley not a slugger, so you respect the bunt. Pinch in a little bit on the corners, especially when John is on the mound.
Big lefty with a 1-1, a swing and a miss. It's 1-2.
Frustrating game for John last time out because the Brewers were really pushing the running game early, and the strike zone was about the size of a postage stamp, so a tough go for him.
Broken bat roller to third, gobbled up. Chris Bryant, off balance throw, bang bang play. He's out. Scott Servais though may want an early challenge. Call made over there by Lance Barrett.
Yeah, don't mark your scorecard just yet. The Mariners are going to contemplate, and an early decision from Scott Servais. There, we're going to tweak this rule yet again. We're not going to give a manager a number of challenges. We're going to give him so much time on a clock. So
well,
if he makes it, yeah, if he makes if he makes his challenge within 5 seconds, then even if he loses it, he can keep it. And we'll give him a total of 20 seconds for the ball game. Something silly like that.
Forsyth Technology replay review. I have not seen any angle yet that gives me any indication of out or safe. Let's see this one. Safe.
Safe.
So he'll win that.
Yeah, it's going to be an infield hit for O'Malley.
Should not take long.
Feel free to mark your scorecards now.
And we have our answer, and he is safe.
O'Malley 3 out of 3 in stolen bases. The Mariner team, they do not run at all. They're 14th out of 15 teams in the American League with 27 stolen bases, and their percentage is woeful. They've been caught 22 times. But you would have to think O'Malley would be a candidate.
Here's Franklin Gutierrez. As O'Malley takes a pretty big lead. As Lester steps off. So the dance has begun. That's a strike.
David Ross will be peeking here these first couple of pitches at O'Malley to see how aggressively he comes back to the base after taking his secondary lead. If he's a little nonchalant about it, David will take a shot at it.
There's a throw, and he got back in safely.
So the big lead leads to a longer secondary, and if you get caught flat-footed, we'll take a shot at you. O'Malley able to scramble back safely.
Well, that last start, it was just simply a weird day. Cubs came back and won the game 6-5 on Sunday. 90 degrees, 4 hours, 8 minutes. And as bad as it felt early, and I talked to both David Ross and John Lester the day after. Here's a 2-1 swing and a miss. 2-2. I threw it out there. They both agreed. I said, it's one of those games, man. You're in the second inning. It feels like you're down 8-0. And it's 2-0. John found a way to kind of grind through 4+. I think the aesthetics of giving up stolen bases, it feels like you're giving up runs, not bases. Runner goes, and the throw is late. Gutierrez strikes out. That's the first out. But you know what I mean? A team steals 5 or 6 bases in 2 innings, and it just feels awful, but it's about runs, not bases.
Well, and also because when you see that, you think, well, this is never going to stop. You just think they're going to continue to push it and end up stealing 10 bases in the game. And they did not. They backed off a little bit.
Now, Robinson Cano, who never makes an out against the Cubs in spring training. March 27th, he went 4 for 4, 3 homers, a walk, 7 RBIs. In a game that didn't count. 33 years old. He's playing on a 10-year contract signed a couple of years ago. And he takes ball 1 outside. An all-star for the 7th time. And lots of career at bats against John Lester, particularly in those Red Sox Yankees matchups. Two and 0. And his dad, Jose, was briefly a teammate of yours in Houston, 1989.
Jose, a right-handed pitcher, spent some time with the Astros. And folks may remember him throwing to Robbie in the All-Star game for the home run contest.
That's a strike. Speaking of former teammates of Jim Deshaies, Scott Service in Houston as well before he became a Cub.
Yeah, he was one of those guys you would peg as a future manager, a manager in waiting. Leader of men type, smart guy. Nice career, solid backstop.
3-1 on Cano with Nelson Cruz on deck. I mentioned this a few days ago. The Mariners have had a very strange schedule here lately. 3 off days since a week ago yesterday. So they've had an off day before each of their last 3 series in Toronto, Pittsburgh, and this one. They're in 3rd in the American League West, 6.5 out. 6th in the wild card, 4 games back of the 2nd spot. Ball 4.
Yeah, apparently they've expressed some interest in Jay Bruce of the Cincinnati Reds. We got Taijuan Walker, the young pitcher who 2 springs ago he was like the best pitcher in Arizona. He's coming back from an injury. really had a bad month of June, set them back on their heels a little bit, and they've been hovering around 500 ever since. This is the guy you really want to focus on against Lester because of what he's done against John and the fact that Cano and Seager, both left-handed hitters, their numbers diminished against left-handed pitching, but not this guy.
Outside for ball one. Base coaches Manny Acta is over at third. Casey Candell is at first.
Another old teammate.
Yeah, they're all over the place. And now Ross will head out as John keeps missing the strike zone.
The dynamic of the early base runner clearly presents a problem as he tries to settle in. Any starting pitcher will tell you sometimes, whether it's your home ballpark or not, tough to get your bearings in the first inning, just get the feel of the mound, and just you want to settle in. So leadoff base runner presents a problem for any pitcher, and for a guy who has issues with the running game the way John does, it's doubly so. Now you got that thumper up here with a couple men on base and a hitter's count.
Wind coming out of the northeast at the moment at 10. And a strike called. I would say a wind that is non-July 29th-ish. If that is a term. Big leg kick in the 2-1 and a foul.
So you would say we have a June day temperature-wise, maybe an early May wind day.
As we sit here on July 29th, yeah.
All in all, a very comfortable day. Cruz, against left-handed pitching, has a .664 slugging percentage. That's 5th best in Major League Baseball. Fifth best in the majors, in the bigs.
Possibly could get some showers at some point. Wet. Strike 3. That's a big one. 2 down.
Now Cruz expressing some displeasure, but it looked like he went. It wasn't a real big swing, but it looked like it was long enough for sure. Yeah.
With a better look. No question. Ball one on Kyle Seager, the third baseman. 6th season, got a 7-year, $100 million extension following his All-Star campaign in 2014. 5 straight 20-homer seasons, batting .363 in July.
Some good slugging numbers, but he's got pretty extreme splits, left and right.
That was an awkward swing.
Yeah, pretty good numbers, 5 out of 16 against John, but just 202 against left-handed pitching this year. All that good stuff, and might not be the best player in his family.
Right. Popped him up when the wind is going to cause problems for Bryant. And it gives Seager another pitch at least.
Yeah, 332 against right-handed pitching. It's 202 with a 262 on base percentage against southpaws.
Son usually works pretty hard, but he had to work extra hard to get out of that inning, and he did. It is presented by Binny's Beverage Depot. Chris Coughlin gets a hit in his first try. Binny's will donate $100 to the Greater Chicago Food Depository. Cubs Southwest starting lineup. Coughlin back off the disabled list. Bryant, Rizzo, and Zobrist, all All-Stars this year, along with Addison Russell, the shortstop. He's going to hit fifth. Jason Hayward back in the lineup and playing center for Fowler today. Baez at second. And the battery of Ross and Lester, 8 and 9.
Mariners defensively brought to you by Arby's. Gutierrez, boy, he used to be really something in the outfield, but he's battled some health issues. Martin in center, Nelson Cruz the right fielder, Seager, O'Malley, Cano, and Lee on the infield. Cano's only committed 2 errors all year. Chris Iannetta, the veteran, is the catcher, and the Lexus starting pitcher is Hisashi Iwakuma.
6'3", 210, 35 years old, an All-Star 2013, and his entire major league career has been as a Mariner. But JD, it looked like for a while he was going to end up with the Dodgers, as Coughlin taps back to the mound and Iwakuma makes the play, and the Mariners ended up re-signing him after whatever deal he had fell apart.
Yeah, he's a smart pitcher. 2-no-hitter last year. A little highlight for him. 58 and 31 lifetime with a 330. Kind of a kitchen sink guy. You know, he's not going to overpower you with velocity, but he'll sink it, he'll cut it. Split finger pitch is his best pitch. And he's rocking some pretty cool shoes.
A lot of teal with that dark blue. A little flare with that leg kick.
With that hesitation as he comes to the top of his delivery. Balance point. Which you see from a lot of the Japanese pitchers.
Bryant with a line shot to left, and that'll get to the wall. Gutierrez will retrieve it. It's a double.
It's a trend. First at bat last night, an RBI double for Bryant. Chris Sale, this time he picks on a breaking pitch from Iwakuma. Iwakuma has won 5 in a row, 7 of his last 8 starts. He's picked up a win.
Yeah, he has not had a no decision since the 14th of May. 10 and 2 over his last dozen starts. Faced the Cubs 3 years ago at Safeco Field, went 8 innings and got a no decision. This is his Wrigley Field debut. Pacific League MVP in 2008 in Japan. Also won the Cy Young equivalent that season, went 21-4. Pitched for Kanetsu and Rakuten in Japan, 2001 to 2011.
So pretty steady. Home and road, very good work. Akuma will pitch backwards, especially to a left-handed slugger like Rizzo. Work off the plate with the fastball, try to get him to chase the split finger pitch.
Down ball, it is Cano. Runner at third, 2 outs, and it's Ben Zobrist. Iwakuma's first year with the 2001 Osaka Kintetsu Buffaloes. All right.
Yeah.
His teammates that year included Freddie Garcia and Tuffy Rhodes, who hit 55 home runs. Iwakuma's from Tokyo. And here's his 1-0 to Zobrist. It's low, 2-0. Apparently, he was negotiating with the Dodgers. Went through a physical, and then he claims the Dodgers wanted to renegotiate what they had already agreed to. So things kind of fell apart, and the Mariners swooped in and re-signed him. Reports of a 3-year, $45 million deal with LA.
They had to settle for a 1-year, $12 million deal with a couple of options with the Mariners.
Here's the 3-0 to Zobrist. He walked him, and it'll give Addison Russell a chance here in the first with 2 men on.
Well, and I think Zobrist obviously is a very patient hitter. He walks more than he strikes out, and that's the approach you have to take against Iwakuma because he looks very hittable. He's not up there throwing 95 miles an hour. So you got to force him into the strike zone.
Lester needed 24 pitches to get through the top of the first. Rolling outside on Russell. Iwakuma with pitch number 12 here in the bottom of the first. Base runners on a double and a walk. Fly into center field, surrounded by Martin to end the inning. After 1 from Wrigley, 0-0. Our Cubs insider all season long on CSNChicago.com, presented by Nationwide's Jeff Vukovich, serving the community for 38 years. Go to jeffvuk.com. Nationwide is on your side. Lester with 3 strikeouts in the first. Gave up a single, a steal, and a walk. Did not allow a run. Dae-Ho Lee will start it. 34-year-old Major League rookie. 15 years professionally in Korea and Japan. And I recall seeing the Mariners in spring training right around the time he had an opt-out. They decided to hang on to him and see what he's done this year with the bat. As an aside, you got to really jog the memory to come up with specific spring training thoughts. I don't know about you, but I tend to erase all that stuff out of my brain. But I remembered the Cano game, as Hayward will drift toward right center and make the catch.
Yeah, I remember Cano too. Just taking batting practice essentially off live pitching.
One away, and now left-handed hitting Leonis Martin, acquired from Texas in November.
Likes to bunt. Pretty big hack there.
So we don't see the Mariners often. Did you know they have the longest current postseason drought in Major League Baseball?
I heard that just 2 seconds ago when you said it.
The last time they went to the playoffs was 2001 under Lou Piniella, when they won 116 games. So it's been 14 years, and counting without a postseason trip. There are 2 current Major League franchises that have never won a pennant. Can you name those 2?
Seattle.
That would be one of the 2. Two-two pitch. Laced the other way, and Coughlin will have to chase it down. Martin with a double.
How about Milwaukee?
No, they were
Milwaukee Brewers.
They were in the World Series in '82.
Oh, '82, yeah. Okay.
I will give you a hint. They have played in 2 different cities and 2 different countries.
The Washington Nationals /
Yes.
Montreal Expos.
Yep.
Well, curvature here for Martin. Never mind the bunt. Something must be in the water or the coffee up there in Seattle. Martin with 13 home runs this year.
There's a catcher, Iannetta. So I don't know if you're having dinner or drinks with your buddies tonight, but you can drop that knowledge on them. 2 franchises without a World Series trip.
Well, because that was the big story with the '94 with the strike. The Expos, probably the best team in baseball that year. They had a great team in the late '70s, early '80s. Got beat by the Dodgers. Split season playoffs. The team's got a huge lead out there.
2-0 on Iannetta, who was brought in this year as a free agent to stabilize things behind the plate. Last year's Mariners catchers combined for a .464 OPS. That's on base plus slugging. By far the worst offensive numbers in baseball. 19th currently this year at 672. Former Cub Steve Clevenger part of that mix. He is on the disabled list with a broken right hand.
So an interesting situation for Martin out there. There's upside, obviously, if he can get to third base while Iannetta is still batting. But if he gets thrown out and then Iannetta makes the out, they've got Iwakuma leading off the next inning.
Towering fly to right. Zobrist has it. Martin will stay put. Good throw. Iwakuma bats with a man at second and 2 outs. 0 for 10 in his major league career with a walk and 8 strikeouts. Ross calling in Baez. 2 other infielders will join the conversation as well.
Yeah, and maybe this is Ross saying, look, let's tighten up a little bit on Martin. Not that the situation really calls for it, but let's just free John up so he doesn't have to worry about the base runner and just make pitches to Iwakuma here and move this thing along. Because even though if you're John Lester and you know that it would be a really bad baseball play to run in this situation, he's got to step off. So I guess they weren't going to tighten things up on him a little bit. Maybe David's message was let him go. Let's just get the hitter. That's the biggest lead I've ever seen a base runner take. And if David said let him go, John's not buying it.
One strike on Iwakuma. Runner was on the move, but Iwakuma grounds to Russell, and that will end the inning. We'll go to the bottom of the second. That is a happy dog right there. Treat time.
Good boy. Good boy. Well, he gets the drink out of the hydrant. 22nd, tomorrow afternoon. Join us for Game 2 of the series as Jake Arrieta makes a run at his 13th win of the year opposite lefty Wade Miley and the Mariners. Coverage begins at 12:30 with Cubs pregame live, presented by Field Auto on CSN Chicago.
Jake already has his game face on. A huge crowd here in the ballpark today. A lot of cloud cover. Let's hope we can stave off the rain. Wind has really kicked up off the lake. Lights are on. And it's Jason Hayward to lead it off. Well, we got that pitch. Strike one.
Eric Cooper, the home plate umpire. A little leeway to Iwakuma off the outside corner. There's a cutter. So mostly what we're seeing is these hybrid slider cutters, 82 to 84. It's a splitty there at 81. We saw one fastball at 87 last inning.
A good fade on that split.
Speaking of good fade, that's solid.
Pounded on the ground, backhanded by Cano. Not a great throw, but Lee handled it.
He's like Baez. He's got a little style in his game. Fun to watch play. And as I mentioned earlier, he's only committed 2 errors all year.
Yeah, he makes it look easy. And so does this guy. Iwakuma will barehand and he'll just put it in his pocket. That's the old swinging bunch.
A thing of beauty. And a good decision by Iwakuma not to try to make a heroic play there. Would have sailed it down the right field line possibly. And we're not going to get Baez.
David Ross.
There's a guy in this ballpark that could have made that play.
Yeah.
The Mariners bullpen coach now, Mike Hampton.
Oh, great athlete.
One of the most athletic pitchers I've ever seen.
He could hit too. One and 0 on Ross. Swing and a miss. This is the only matinee on the Friday Major League schedule. It is the only interleague matchup.
So hello to everybody watching around the game. Players getting to the clubhouse about now for the night game.
Ross into left for a base hit. First and second with 1 out.
Well, this hit a little bit more legit. So, rolling bunt hit by Baez. Now solid line drive single for David Ross. Not a lot of ABs for David lately. With the emergence of Contreras. David coming off that little stint on the concussion DL prior to the break.
2 on for the pitcher, Lester.
Could be bunting, but he might be hacking.
John had 4 hits last year. He's got 3 this year, including the first 2 extra base hits of his career, both doubles. Good swing there as he bounces foul, 1-1. 5 sac bunts here in 2016.
And defensively, the Mariners here, they're not going to try to do anything tricky with 1 out in the inning already. There's no wheel play, not going to be overly aggressive trying to nail an advance runner. They just want to make sure if John does bunt that they get an out. Many times with Joe Madden, the bunt doesn't come into play till his pitcher's got 2 strikes on him.
One and 2. Cubs have won 9 of 14 following a 5-15 stretch. This is the 21,000th regular season game in Chicago Cubs history. There's the bunt with 2 strikes, and it'll work as Iwakuma gets it to lead 1-3.
Job well done, my big John. So gave him a couple of chances to swing. Nothing happened. All right, let's go ahead and drop the bunt down. That's tough when you only got 1 to play with. A beautifully executed sacrifice bunt by John Lester.
So 2 in scoring position for Chris Coghlan. Coghlan 5 rehab games at Double-A Tennessee. Coming back from the ribcage strain, went 8 for 16 with 4 doubles. He was reacquired from Oakland by the Cubs on June 9th. After being sent to the A's on February 25th. That deal was to make room for Dexter Fowler's return.
That bat in the first was his first ever against Iwakuma.
Down by Iannetta.
Just a handful of if any at bats for Cub hitters against Iwakuma in their career. Zobrist has seen him 11 times, been 4 out of 11. Dexter Fowler also with 11 at bats against Iwakuma.
Well, we mentioned an Apodaca and Pokeroba battery. It's Iwakuma and Iannetta today. That's pretty good.
The eyes have it.
Three and 0 with Bryant on deck.
There you go. Let's get back to that whole point about protection maybe being overrated. With Bryant on deck, Iwakuma still being very cautious here with Coghlan.
Three and 1. I smell rain.
I smell smoked meat.
I hope I'm wrong. 3-2.
Boy. Just pulling off that fastball there. One of the more aggressive pitches Iwakuma has made. A 3-1, 89-mile-an-hour fastball right out over the heart of the plate. There you go. They got it going on back there.
Full count offering. We'll do it again.
A little bit behind that heater. You have to respect the split finger pitch, especially a left-handed hitter. That fading splitter, you don't want to get fooled by that. Wait a little bit longer and you're going to be behind the fastball some.
He's got that split grip. 3-2. Into center and a base hit. 1 run scores. Here comes the throw to the plate. Safe there. Throw to second. Safe there. It's 2-0 Cubs. Javier Baez and Eric Cooper kind of collided at the plate. And Cooper, I think, kind of shoved Javi out of the way because he was expecting to have to make a call.
Well, good battle by Coughlin. Breaks his bat, just flips a little soft line drive into shallow right. You see, or excuse me, right center. You see the break Baez, or excuse me, the back runner David Ross had off second base, so he's able to come in and score. And then it makes the play to second, but Coughlin, who never slowed down, gets himself into scoring position. So a bit of a misfortune for Iwakuma in this inning. 2 of the 3 hits very softly hit.
So the Cubs grab the lead. Swing and a miss by Bryant. I think Baez was trying to help David Ross, the back runner. He kind of got in the home plate umpire's way. Left field and a base hit. Coughlin will score, and it's 3-0. Bryant 2 for 2.
Iwakuma doesn't have the overpowering fastball, and he doesn't have that real sharp swing and miss breaking ball, so it really plays to the strengths of Chris Bryant, and so far Bryant has been all over. 2 at bats, 2 real good swings, double, single. This time he brings home the run.
That will prompt a visit from the Mariners pitching coach Mel Stottlemyre Jr. Four singles in the inning. Lob over to first. There's the 2-run single. Cooper's just shooing Baez out of the play. Beat it, kid. I'm working.
Off my yard.
Fouled back. Not a big lead by Bryant. Rizzo pulls it foul on the ground. . Got a ground ball off the tarp. I hope that's the last time I have to mention that apparatus today. Two strikes on Rizzo. And the pitch. Popped up. Seager, the only infielder over on that side, and he's got it. And the inning is over. RBI hits Coughlin and Bryant, and it's 3-0 after 2. In Chicago think E-Click Lending with rates at all-time lows. Don't wait. Lock in your low rate today. With E-Click Lending, you never pay lending fees. Point, click, save. E-Click Lending. Also, welcome to all our viewers watching on Nova Cablevision in Lake Bracken, Illinois. Sean O'Malley bunts foul. Lester working with a 3-0 advantage. John Lackey was terrific last night. Got pulled with some gas left in the tank as O'Malley bunts again foul. Joe wanted to use a pinch hitter to try to add to the lead. And with Chapman available to get more than 3 outs, which he did, he was able to shorten up his veteran starting pitcher.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see that a fair bit moving forward. The ability to really shorten games, even if a starting pitcher has been efficient and still looks strong. Stroke, Rondon, Chapman combination when they're in play. And Joe's going to push that button quite frequently. Maybe an added benefit too, especially for a guy like John Lackey, 37 years of age. He's done a lot of pitching in his career. May save him some bullets.
Foul.
Stretch drive.
Strike 3.
So that's strikeout number 4 for John. O'Malley with an infield single first time. This time a little late to the party, beat by the Lester fastball.
Well, I think the buy-in with his whole team, but particularly the starting pitchers, Arrieta clearly last couple of starts in the playoffs just wasn't quite as sharp. Lester's been through it many times, so has Lackey. You have personal goals, and they all may get to 200 innings, but I guess my point is, if they come up a little bit short, I think all the starters realize it's about more than 162 games for this team. That has been the goal from day one.
Yeah, and I think they all understand that. When you're in the middle of a game, if you're really competitive and you're pitching well, you don't want to come out. And that's what Joe said after the game. So I get it. John didn't want to come out, but the game dictated that I make that move.
Gutierrez flies to Coughlin, 2 outs. Hey, Cubs fans, let's go. Tickets are available for the upcoming series with the Marlins, August 1st through the 3rd. Don't miss the action here at Wrigley Field. Visit Cubs.com to get your tickets today. Ichiro is supposed to be in their lineup tonight against St. Louis. He is 2 hits away from 3,000. And the Marlins made a big deal with the San Diego Padres today, involving 7 players. Cano grounds into center. Former Cub Andrew Kashner and Colin Ray, as the Marlins needed starters, and they get a couple, head to Miami, and it looked like a pretty good haul going in the other direction, including Carter Capps coming back from Tommy John surgery. 2 of the Marlins' top prospects. Jared Cozart is involved.
The second or third time Cozart's been dealt. I think the Padres got the Marlins' #1 pick from last year.
You are correct. 19-year-old. Josh Naylor, Naylor, first base prospect.
He doesn't want to make eye contact with David. I know what you have to say. Don't worry about the base runner. Just give me the ball.
Right field and to the seats. It's 2-1. So you see the price for pitching. Cubs may have just gotten a rental in Aroldis Chapman. They had to give up a lot. Marlins gave up a ton to get 2 starting options, the headliner being Kashner. I don't think the White Sox are going to trade Chris Sale here over the next few days, but what could they get for him when you also include the contract at such an affordable rate? I don't know if anybody would be willing to give up what he probably could get in this particular market in return. Ball 4. Oof.
Well, yeah, you're talking about you're talking about a 4-player package, a couple major league ready players, and a team's top 2 prospects.
I was going to say, what you need to get in return is some sort of notarized certificate that guarantees you're going to win the World Series this year. If you do that, you'll give up 5 prospects, but that does not exist. Seager out into left center, and it'll be caught by Coughlin. They have left 5 on through 3, and the Cubs lead 3-0. In an interleague matchup with these Mariners at 120, up to the first 10,000 early arriving fans will receive a Cubs misting fan presented by Comcast Sportsnet. You're welcome. For more information and ticket availability, visit Cubs.com. Ball 1 on Ben Zobrist. Borderline strike, 1-1.
Mariners have been employing the pull shift for most of the left-handed hitters. Unlike the White Sox, they don't put one of their infielders out in the shallow right field.
That'll get into the left field corner. So Zobrist heating up. He had the game-winning RBI in the game last night.
Continue to put pressure on Iwakuma. This is the 6th hit of the day for the Cubs. Second for extra bases, and Zobrist, after going through that long drought, has turned the corner. A number of good games lately. Batting average back on the climb.
Russell fly to center in the first, batting 5th today. Strike 1 called.
Is really bunching their outfielders, giving Russell all kinds of room down both lines. With the wind blowing in, they're quite shallow. So Kyle Seager's brother Corey tearing it up with the Dodgers. There's another one, correct? Isn't there a third brother playing minor league ball somewhere?
I don't know. There might be.
Pretty good DNA there. Like the Hanson brothers. Justin Seager.
Yeah, I was going to say Justin, first baseman in the corner. infield guy, went to UNC Charlotte. In the Mariners system. Swing and a miss, strike 3.
So up there with the notion to bunt to try to move Zobrist along, and he ends up making no contact. So a win here for Iwakuma. Good splitter here, delivered down and away, gets the chase.
First strikeout for Iwakuma. Struggling Jason Hayward. Came in 5 for 45 over his last 13 games. He's playing center today with no Fowler. Called strike 1. One and one. Mariners will be back here in Chicago in less than a month. 4 games on the south side against the White Sox.
Mariners were here for an off day yesterday. I wonder if anybody went to Lollapalooza.
Possibly. Hayward deep right. Gone. Oh, that feels good. It's a 2-run homer for Hayward, and it's 5-0 Cubs.
Yeah, it had been a long time for Jason. Was this the second home run in this ballpark for him this year? His 5th overall. Okuma elevates that 2-seam fastball. The big fella really got into it. That's what he's been working so hard on with John Maley, trying to get more lift.
So a Ford home run replay. First homer since June 11th. Baez takes a strike. Fifth home run, second with a man on for Jason. Time for a Lowe's home field advantage. Some good numbers on Javier Baez here in his home ballpark.
Good at home, really good against lefties, better of late against right-handed pitching.
And a base hit the other way. He's 2 for 2.
Yeah, and we've seen some of that lately too. A willingness to cut down on the stroke, use the off field. He's getting better and better. Nothing cooking down in the Mariners bullpen yet.
Pitch to Ross. Downstairs, ball 1. Mentioned it, Iwakuma winning 5 in a row coming into today. 12 consecutive decisions, 10 wins, 2 losses. most runs he's allowed in over a month. Only the second time this year, third time I should say, he's allowed 5 in a game. Now there is some action. Nathan Carnes.
A fly ball type pitcher who normally gives up a fair number of home runs, but his recent run here is part of it is because he has kept the ball in the ballpark for the most part. Last 4 or 5 starts.
Had allowed 2 homers total in those 5 outings going into today. The other thing about Scott Servais waiting to get somebody up is Iwakuma has been very dependable in terms of innings. He's only failed to go 5 innings 1 time in his 20 starts. Elevated to center. And it's Martin for out number 2, and it'll bring up the pitcher Lester. A foul strike. Oh, and 2. Short lead by the normally aggressive Baez. He does not want to get thrown out here with the pitcher at the plate. The other thing you like about a big lead is a couple of those guys in the back end of your bullpen probably not available today. Cubs add to their lead as Jason Hayward with a 2-run homer. It is 5-0 after 3.
this Monday, August 1st. The Cubs play the Marlins. First pitch is at 7:05, and up to the first 10,000 early arriving fans will bring home a Chris Bryant Rookie of the Year bobblehead presented by Wintrust Community Banks. Tickets are still available, so visit Cubs.com for tickets today. Got kind of an Abe Lincoln thing going on there, KB.
Dae-Ho Lee fouls back. Career .303 hitter professionally in Korea and Japan over a 15-year span. Won the Triple Crown twice in Korea. Scuffling as of late, 1 for his last 23 with 10 strikeouts.
Ooh, big slow hook. I think that would be tough to time for the guy with a big leg kick like Lee.
Top 2 teams in the American League East will battle tonight in Toronto. Kevin Gausman. For the Orioles, Marco Estrada scheduled for the Jays. Swing and a miss, strike 3. It's 5 for Lester. Martin, who doubled his first time up. Mike Leake will go for the Cardinals as they play in Miami tonight. Leake has not walked anybody in his last 25 innings over his last 4 starts. Jose Urena scheduled for the Fish. 0-2.
Martin poked a double to left first time up. 2 strikes. Chris Coughlin really shifting toward the line and left.
How about a Baker-Bochy matchup in San Francisco? Nationals won last night. Scherzer-Samardzija. The pitching matchup. Dodgers are only 2 out in the NL West.
Yeah, they've probably played the best baseball of anybody in the National League over the last 2-3 weeks. Even though they don't have Clayton Kershaw, they're performing well. Presumably in the market for another arm.
Dodgers hosting the Diamondbacks. Long look by Lester, deep breath. And a 1-2.
Giants acquired Eduardo Nunez, an all-star this year with the Minnesota Twins.
See the updated standings in the West. Jerry's Familia blew another save after 52 in a row. 0 for his last 2.
Regression. He was due.
Rockies got him last night. Hanley Ramirez with a game-ending error, allowing 2 runs to score as the Angels walked off against the Red Sox. Martin went on the appeal. Clint Fagan said, and Martin can't believe it. Well, he and Nelson Cruz on a couple of check swings today. Pretty upset. He's got more of a beef than Cruz did, I think.
I'm with you.
Catcher Iannetta with a pinch hitter Guillermo Heredia on deck for Iwakuma. Swing and a miss on a change. Heredia just recalled from AAA Tacoma today.
It's somewhat unusual. Scott Service has a 6-man bench. American League clubs with the designated hitter will carry extra pitchers. Don't have to worry too much about manipulating their position players. He's got a lot of options off the bench for this series.
Could not get Iannetta to go after that pitch in the dirt.
John looking for his first 1-2-3 inning.
He struck him out. He panned the side, in fact. He's got 7 on the day. And the Cubs lead 5-zip.
The bottom of the 4th, Cubs on top 5-0. This is your Coors Light game report. Chris Coghlan leading things off this inning. Last time out, a 2 RBI single. Pretty impressive stuff for Chris Coghlan, who was placed on the DL July 3rd, so making his return to the lineup this afternoon. And he said, you know, I'm not a very patient guy. This was a pretty difficult injury for him. Never dealt with a rib injury, and the Cubs wanted to be very cautious with him. And he said, I was watching the guys on television, see what they were doing. It's really tough to not be with them here today. And it was interesting to hear that he actually didn't know, guys, what the corresponding move was. And when one of the media members said it was Tommy La Stella, he kind of dropped his head. This clubhouse so close with one another, and he said, you know, Tommy is so deserving of being up here. It's just a really tough situation with so many great players. A good problem to have if you're Joe Madden, but still difficult conversations.
Kelly, thank you. Yeah, it does speak to the amount of talent at the top of this organization. Tough decisions. Here's Nate Carnes, a right-hander, after Hisashi Iwakuma's shortest start of the year.
Carnes has made 15 starts for the Mariners this year. This is his 7th relief appearance. Former National and Ray. Iwakuma not sharp today, and the Cubs took advantage. The Cubs And recent games have not done a whole lot against opposing starting pitchers, but certainly not the case here this afternoon.
Only one time in his major league career as a starter did Iwakuma get fewer outs than he did today. 1-2 on Coghlan, who gave the Cubs their original lead with that 2-run single in the second.
Fastball curve and change for Carnes.
Ball strike 3. Bryant with a double and an RBI single. Average has gone up 4 points.
Is it Monday? Is that what his bobblehead day is? I think that's what that read said. He's going to hit a home run on Monday.
His bobblehead day?
Yeah.
One and one. Carnes pitched for Joe Madden a couple of years ago with the Rays. He made 2 starts that year. Nationals, Rays, Mariners. Bryant is 3 for 3.
And solidly struck each time. Double, single, single. He's been right on it all afternoon. So whether it's Iwakuma or now the newbie Carnes, Chris Bryant fairly locked in here.
Rizzo 0 for 2. And ball 1.
Even though Iwakuma only went 3. No double switch for Service or Carnes due to lead off the next inning. And again, he's got extra guys on his bench, so we'll see whether he asks more than 1 inning out of Carnes or not. Assume if he wanted more than 1 out of him, he would have double switched.
Runs, Rizzo fans, and he's safe at second. So 2-2 on Rizzo.
Well, I got a nice jump, a late hard slide by Bryant, not particularly close at second base. You see the jump, it was a good one. I think he maybe caught a cleat there as he started his slide.
It's number 7 on the year for Bryant. 2-2 on Rizzo. Here it is. Ground ball to third. Bryant caught in a rundown. And he's tagged out. Rizzo really did not have a chance to even think about second.
I think if Chris initially breaks back to the base, he might be able to make it back. Ball on the ground. His first 2 steps are towards third base. Yeah, they would have had a play on him either way.
5-6, 5-6 on the put out of Bryant.
He's going to hold the ground there and make sure that ball gets through. But that's the last thing you anticipate as a base runner there. Rizzo hitting the ball on the ground to that side of the infield.
Chatting with Dave Martinez. A walk, a double, and a run for Zobrist. Ball foul. Mariners got off to a good start, 28-18. On May 25th, they were in first place in the West by a game and a half, then went into a 1-month tailspin. You mentioned their bad June. They went 8-19 during that particular stretch to drop to third, 11 games out on June 23rd. Since then, they've been okay, 15-12. And they came in 2 games over 500. They're kind of what I would say is in no man's land in terms of buy, sell. Are they in the race? Are they out of the race? 4 games out of the wild card, but in 6th as Rizzo will steal second.
Yeah, and apparently there's been some interest in Taijuan Walker, but I don't think that's going to happen. He's the kind of guy you're looking to acquire.
Yes. Fly ball into right center. Martin has it, and the inning is over. Single, 2 steals, but no runs after 4. All Cubs, 5-0. Chicago is presented by State Farm. And today's CSN Bar of the Game, presented by Coors Light, is Benchmark on North Wells. To see the complete list of the CSN Bars of the Game presented by Coors Light, go to csnchicago.com. Barnes will take the at bat.
Look at that. One hit, and it's a long ball. We got Aaron Nola.
Bounces to Bryant. Shortstop O'Malley. Just off the outside corner. So the rest of the weekend, I mentioned Jake Arrieta tomorrow, left-hander Wade Miley scheduled for the Mariners. Liner right to Russell, 2 outs. Kyle Hendricks and Felix Hernandez for the Sunday night matchup. If I said to you before the season, final day of July, King Felix against Kyle Hendricks, and the ERAs are 2.39 and 3.45.
Sure. I know where you're going.
Kyle's ERA is a run better than Hernandez. He's had some DL time this year. Steve Reich, outside corner. Cubs owning the ERA advantage going into those matchups. And they did today as well.
And Kyle Hendricks with a 1.07 earned run average for the month of July, so could very well be your pitcher of the month.
He'll be in the mix.
So major league average home run per fly ball percentage is right around 13%.
Right.
This gentleman here, Franklin Gutierrez, hits a home run on 1/3 of his fly balls, the highest rate in Major League Baseball. And just behind him is Tejo Lee, their first baseman.
Wow.
Nelson Cruz also among the league leaders. So that's their game. I don't know. Again, I made that crack earlier, but I don't know what's in the coffee up there. But maybe it's just an approach.
There's a liner out in the right center for Gutierrez. He's had an injury-plagued career. At one time he missed an entire season on the restricted list due to gastrointestinal issues. Won a Gold Glove several years ago. He keeps the inning alive for Cano.
Cano has reached twice today, walk, single, and you got Cruz on deck. So comfortable lead right now for John Lester. Could get a little less comfortable if Cruz comes up there with a couple of men on base. Four times Cano has finished in the top 5 in the MVP voting in the American League.
Runner goes, and he is barely safe. Gutierrez with a risky maneuver Down 5-0, and kind of an awkward landing there too.
That's a panic slide. Yeah, that was ugly.
His knee caught in the dirt. Oh, that is a groin injury waiting to happen.
Credit him with perseverance too, just being able to hang on to the base there. Russell just waiting for him to drift off.
It's his first stolen base since 2013. At one time he stole 25 in 2010. Two and one to Cano, and obviously if you're John, you're facing a lefty. As good as Cano is, you don't want to mess around, and all of a sudden Cruz comes up there and can get the Mariners right back in the game with one swing. Had a ton, but he pulled it way foul.
Yeah, normally, you know, with John, he just doesn't like to give in. He's always working the edges, doesn't want to throw a cookie regardless of the count. If it came down to it, that would have to be the play with Cano with a 5-run lead and Cruz on deck. He trusts himself to make pitches. He's always working down around the bottom of the strike zone. Too many secrets with these guys. Cano came into this game with 75 at-bats against John in his career.
Cano, a career .307 batter. 300 as a Mariner. And a bullet that is run down by Hayward on the warning track. Cano gave it a ride, but the Mariners still have not scored, and we're official now. Cubs lead 5-0 in the fifth. Carnes against Russell. And the first pitch is hit in the air, deep left and playable. Gutierrez has it. Our Xfinity high-speed action, Jason Hayward homering off Iwakuma. to make it 5-0.
A two-seam fastball out away from Jason, able to get those big arms extended and deliver a mighty blow. And as you said at the time, that had to feel awfully good.
Second home run of his career. Wind and the pitch just missed. Told you about rain in the area, but it sounds like that front is moving pretty slowly. Well, that's good for us at the moment. JD will get out the weather map a little later if needed. A little clicker.
The wind feels like it shifted a little bit.
Three-two. Another ball hit well by Hayward. Deep left center and caught. Then knocked it down a bit.
I thought he got that one too. And given the way Addison Russell's ball flew, I thought maybe this one would get out of here. Russell's looked pretty harmless, but carried a good ways. This time, it's a pretty good swing. And that's similar to the pitch he hit out, maybe a little further away. He tries to drive this one the other way. Gutierrez there measuring the wall.
Baez has Biggio'd his helmet. Did you even recognize the logo on Craig's helmet?
No. It's obscured. Biggio looked for any excuse to get in the dirt as soon as possible once the game started.
Like a 5-year-old.
He wasn't comfortable in a clean uni.
Two-one pitch. Make it 3-1. Ross would hit next if Baez can reach.
So Baez hit the ball the other way for a base hit last time. Infield hit first time. He might be pulling out the driver here on 3-1. Then they see that old Javi let it fly hack right here. He wanted it. Ooh. Looking middle in, something he could yank out of here. Didn't get it, so he took it. Carnes got a benefit of the doubt call from Eric Cooper.
And he struck him out on a fastball to end the inning. Cubs go down 1-2-3 for the first time today, leading the M's 5-0. The Cubs will wrap up the homestand against the Marlins. Up to the first 10,000 early arriving fans will get Cubs graphic socks presented by StubHub. For more information, visit Cubs.com. Just don't stub your toes. That's the key.
How about that? It's pretty fancy.
Nicely done. So this is the Cubs' 6th game against the American League West this year. One loss to date, that was to Texas. They have outscored their AL West opponents, including today, 30-6. Sharply hit grounder right to the shortstop. Russell makes the play. Allison working on a 27-game errorless streak.
I was just going to say, I've gotten into the habit now. As soon as it's hit in his direction, I just start to mark my scorecard. Yep. Play's going to be made.
Assume it's an out.
So you're talking about the run scoring against the AL West. The philosophy, the theory is that pitchers have the advantage when there's been very few matchups between the pitcher and the hitter.
Yeah.
And quite often that's the case in interleague play. So shouldn't it follow then that offense would be suppressed in interleague games?
Yes.
So the question is it?
I have no idea. It's a great question.
May vary from year to year depending on who you're playing, and sometimes some teams have really good pitchers, sometimes teams have bad pitchers, so that's more of a factor. But it seemed like there would be an advantage for Iwakuma here today, but that didn't pan out.
Kyle Seager out into deep right center, caught on the warning track by Zobrist.
Seager, who has really struggled against left-handed pitching, gets into this one pretty good, but not good enough. This fellow here, Daeho Lee, when he was in high school, he pitched as well, and he had mid-90s velocity as a high schooler.
Zobrist has it right on the edge of the track that time. Mariners go quickly in the 6th. Still 5-0 from Wrigley.
The 6th, the Cubs offer special programs designed for your future Cub. From Kids Sundays at Wrigley Field to Clark's Crew and baseball summer camps throughout the Chicago area. There are many ways to build lifelong Cub memories with your kids. Visit Cubs.com/kids to learn all about our Cubs Kids offerings.
Got the rain gear out. Has it started already? Yeah, just barely. Cutter misses off the outside corner on David Ross.
Burns has done a nice job quieting things down after Iwakuma was touched for 5.
Hit a ton. Deep left center. It will go. Number 7.
Just got loud again. Jubilation in the bleachers. Here's your Ford home run replay. Carnes working that fastball down in his own little 2-seam runner. Ross able to cut it off and lift it out of the ballpark.
The over-under this year for David was 4 because he started at 96 for his career. He got to 100 and sprinted past it. That's the 103rd homer of his career. He had 1 last year in 182 plate appearances. He's got 7 this season in 145. And this is slated to be his final season as a player. Three and 1 on the pitcher.
Hurt his wrist with that swing, but I think it's his right wrist.
He walked him. Brings up Coughlin. The first-year manager. Can't be too pleased with what he's watched so far today. Just after he got hired, Scott Service talked to the Seattle Seahawks just to glean some information about winning cultures. First full-time managing or coaching job at any professional level. Done just about everything else. He's worked in front offices. He's been a roving instructor. Was a catching instructor for the Cubs just after he retired as a player. Had a history with Jerry DiPoto, their general manager. They were briefly major league teammates, and then he was DiPoto's assistant GM in Anaheim. Western guys from the La Crosse, Wisconsin area. To Creighton University in Omaha. And he should not be confused with the other Scott Service, different spelling. A pitcher.
Yeah, this is Serviais.
Yep. same era. Service and service. Ball 4. He's walked 2 in a row. Pitching coach back out.
Yeah, first 2 innings went pretty well for Carnes, but not so much here in the 6th. Dakota hired by Seattle September of last year, so he brings Service along with him, and it's nice to have that synergy between the field and the front office. Dakota and Mike Scioscia over in Anaheim apparently didn't get along very well. I shouldn't say they didn't get along, but didn't see eye to eye on a number of things.
Yeah, there were reports of issues. Swing and a miss by Bryant. He's had a big day. Double, single, single, stolen base, and an RBI.
There's something to be said for a little creative tension. Everybody leans to the same side of the boat. The boat's going to tip over. But you want to be philosophically aligned. You want the same approach, same basic approach.
Lester spraying way off the bag at second as that ball got away from Iannetta. John saying, you guys do that to me.
I was just going to say he's taking a revenge lead. Bryant absolutely locked in here today thus far. Fooled by that one.
Barnes in relief of Iwakuma. This will be his 50th pitch.
Carnes, as I mentioned when he first came into the ballgame, has made 15 starts, so he's stretched out. A little more steady now.
Ross led off the inning with a homer. Lester and Coghlan with back-to-back walks. 2-2 to Bryant in the dirt. It's full.
You're asking for trouble. You start walking people in front of Bryant and Rizzo and company.
Just once, I would love a pitcher to yell over at the other dugout, "Hey, I'm looking for trouble." Two, and he just walked Bryant. He has walked the bases loaded. Bryant has been on all 4 times, and here is Rizzo. Service probably asking his pitching coach, "What'd you tell him?" He said, "I told him not to walk anymore." Well, as a former pitcher, you can understand. It's easier said than done.
Yeah, sometimes you walk people because you're being extra cautious. Other times you just kind of lose it. Happens in any sport, any aiming sport. Sometimes you hit the golf ball, general vicinity of where you want to. Other times, no clue.
Outside to Rizzo.
Now the big thing you're worried about if you're Scott Service and Al Stottlemyre over there, if he's missing spots, what if he misses and leaves one right over the heart of the plate here to Rizzo? Blow this thing wide open. Nobody getting ready in the pen. He's going to have to work his way out of this mess.
Yeah,
or wear it.
If he doesn't get it together soon, this could be a pretty rough line for Carnes. Part of the order, bases loaded, nobody out.
There could be a lot of carnage for Carnes.
The anagram for Carnes is snark. 2-1.
Yeah, I noticed when he first came in because I play that do that daily jumble in the paper every day.
You were all over it.
Yeah. Those guys throw out more puns than we do.
2-2 on Rizzo.
Anthony has not joined the hit parade today. 0 for 3. Fielder's choice last time after a pop up and a ground out first 2 trips.
Cubs batters have not given in this inning. Already leading 6-0, and they'd like a lot more here. The pitch fouled into the upper deck. Vidal Nuno. Left-hander starting to throw. That's a fair ball. It's going to score 3. 9-0. Bases clearing double.
Well, for the second consecutive at bat, Anthony hitting the ball on the ground to the left side of the infield, something you rarely see. Last time it was a fielder's choice. This time it's a bases clearing double. And that was not his intent, but it sure worked out nicely for him. And round they go.
He's got 79 RBIs. We're not even into August yet. That will be it for Carnes. So Anthony Rizzo has now tied Jay Bruce for the National League RBI lead with 79. It's a Hyundai call to the pen. 9-0 for the home team. We'll be right back. Changing new premier experience at Wrigley Field with seats featuring prime views and access to an exclusive club and first-class amenities. These experiences will allow fans to enjoy Cubs baseball in a whole new way. Visit CubsPremier.com to join the Premier Client Priority List. Monday call to the pen, and it is left-hander Vidal Nuno. Came in as part of a double switch with Luis Sardinas.
Seen Nuno a little bit with the Diamondbacks in the past. He started his career with the Indians. A little time with the Yankees.
Zobrist to left. Base hit. Rizzo will be held at third, and the throw went to second, but they have decided here the unwritten rules apply, so you want to push it.
A little hesitation there by Anthony too, as he wanted to make sure that ball got down. No restart from Gary Jones. He'll go station to station with this 9-run lead. Finesse style left-hander. Low average velocity, slider, curve, change. Big lead, lengthy inning, and that means action coming in the Cubs bullpen.
I think there are days when they bring this lefty in this early, and Mariner fans say Vidal so soon. Just grim is up.
I doubt that they're saying that today.
Took me way too many words to get to the punchline, but it was worth it.
And if he gives it up, do they say, "Oh, the gore, Vidal"?
Nuno. As Russell fouls.
And still the jumble guys are more punny than we are.
Popped up. This will be the first out of the inning. Took 7 batters to get that first out. Now Hayward. Ball 1. So a homer and a warning track fly. Hayward 1 for 3. And the pitch. Left field. Foul ground in the bullpen. Little stumble by Gutierrez, and Rizzo will score on the tag. Rizzo actually, I think, was going to hold up, but once Gutierrez lost his footing, you kind of have to score. You want to give your teammate an RBI.
Absolutely, yeah.
And it's 10-0. And hopefully Gutierrez is okay. That is a perilous part of the ballpark for an outfielder.
Yeah, you can see this coming as he pursues this pop foul. Can't take his eyes off the ball. He's got the rain to deal with. He's got the wall coming into play, the bullpen mound.
Gives Hayward 3 knocked in today. Zobrist also tagged, and
yeah, they're going to peel third base here because of the awkward nature of the way that play developed now.
This is where the unwritten rules get really weird.
Now he's going too early again, I think. Cooper's just going to call him safe.
Nothing here in the 6th.
The starter Iwakuma charged with 5. Carnes also with 5 on his ledger today.
Well, Baez is all right. Didn't tweak an ankle or something. And we're going to have a little bit of a delay to work on the batter's box, I think, because of the footing.
Cooper saying, yeah, it's a little slippery there.
So we talked to Elias. Tamara Anderson, our associate producer, asked the question about interleague versus intra-league games. And here's the answer. It's the same.
Yeah.
Runs per game over the last decade. 8.81 in interleague, 8.79 in intra-league. So
kind of what you would expect.
Yep.
Hey, you know what today is the anniversary of?
The John Baker game?
Yeah, longest game in Cubs history in terms of time. 16 innings, 6 hours, 27 minutes. John Baker pitched and then scored the winning run.
We were there for every pitch.
So happy anniversary, John.
That was 2 years ago, right?
Yep.
2014.
Pitched the 16th inning, led off the bottom of the inning with a walk and came home on a Starlin Castro sac fly.
Hey, while we have a moment, we got to talk Junior. T-Mobile, greater coverage of baseball. 13-time All-Star, 10 Gold Gloves, 7 times a Silver Slugger Award winner, MVP of the American League in '97, 630 home runs. As we said last weekend, the most important Mariner in that franchise's history.
And went into the Hall with 99.3% of the vote, highest ever. 6th on the all-time home run list with those 630 long balls.
So to say Junior helped get their new ballpark built. Not new anymore. Chris Bosio lockered next to him. And Bos was a Mariner. Lined into left. Zobrist will try to score. The throw by Gutierrez is cut off. It's 11-0 Cubs. 3rd hit of the day for Baez.
Little changeup. And stayed on the plate and up above the knees. He was able to rip it into left. Zobrist playing the game hard, getting an RBI for its teammate.
Yeah, I think that's probably just the best way to play. It does ruffle feathers on occasion. I don't think that will, but just play the game regardless of the score. Ross started this inning with a home run. Got all of it with the wind blowing in today. Cubs have homered twice. Hayward in the 3rd. Ross here in the 6th.
Justin Grimm continues to throw. This worked out really good for Joe Madden. His big lead allows him to rest. These are high leverage guys.
Called strike 3 in the inning comes to an end. But the Cubs put up 6 and now lead by 11. And enjoy great National League Baseball as CSN Chicago hosts a viewing party at the Sports Corner in Wrigleyville. Fun starts at 6:30 with a special on-location edition of Fields Auto Cubs pregame live with Cap and Holly, presented by Coors Light. Great beer equals great responsibility. John Lester with 6 shutout innings. And he gives way for Justin Grimm.
Yeah, very nice bounce back start for John. Outstanding work here today. A little pressure early on, but he weathered the storm. He's up pitching 6 scoreless. Passes the baton to Justin Grimm, who works for the 45th time.
Oh, I like it. Weathered the storm. Missing Leonis Martin. We're getting a lot of tweets. There was an optical illusion on the Gutierrez catch. He did catch the ball. There are people who are convinced he did not catch it. He did. I'll show you in a second. It's the rosin bag. Or another ball. Yeah, see, the ball was dropped by Lester Strode trying to get out of the way. That's what it was. So Gutierrez caught the ball in play. Look out. That goes flying into the stands. But the other ball, which was being held by the bullpen coach, dropped. The thing is, Cubs have about what, 9 guys down there. Gutierrez did not catch that ball.
It would have been pointed out.
It would have alerted the dugout. So Grimm here in the 7th. Kelly had a good pregame interview with Mike Montgomery. I'm guessing he might get in there today. And the question is, would he want to against his former team?
Well,
you know he wants to pitch well because he's had 2 rough ones.
Before he was traded, he said he was scheduled to start here in this series. So he's got all kinds of family and friends that were planning on coming to Wrigley to see him play as a Mariner.
Popped up, foul territory, Bryant. 1 out. Based on what we heard about this slow-moving front, it might just rain the rest of the game. The question is, can the infield handle it? And so far, so good.
The big concern is player safety. If the pitcher starts slipping and sliding around on the mound and can't control the baseball, becomes obviously a concern.
That ball hits third base. Ionetta's aboard.
Good aim by Ionetta, 5th hit of the day for the Mariners.
Sardinas and Bryant just about the same area he made the other play. The rainwater in his eyes. 2 outs.
Not a whole lot of fun.
O'Malley. And it's Hayward. Time for the Mazda 7th inning stretch.
For this afternoon's stretch, please direct your attention to the outfield video boards.
Welcome to see Take Me Out to the Ball Game, the greatest third baseman in Cub history, Ron Santo. Let me hear you. A 1, a 2, a 3. Be out to the ball. Be out to the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and crackers.
Rain delay. Rain just would not relent. Infield dirt starting to take on a little too much water. Cubs lead 11-0. So not sure how long this delay will last, but I do think this is the type of day that would qualify if we have any sort of lengthy delay. I could see them just saying, okay, we're good.
I saw Scott Servais talking with the umpires, and I wouldn't be surprised if he said, you know, uncle, we're good. You know, if you guys want to bang this one after a short delay, I'm good with it. Because he'd probably rather save an arm out there. Yeah.
This could be a position player type day on the mound, which we've seen a lot this year, haven't we? Feels like.
Yeah, there's been a number of games around MLB this year. I don't know if it's more than normal, but yeah.
Protecting those bullpen arms as much as possible. So a good day for the offense. Good day for John Lester. He started out, had to make, what, 24 pitches to get through the first inning. He struck out 3. Gave up the stolen base to O'Malley. But that was really it. 6 solid innings for John today.
Yeah, he strikes out 7 on the ball game. They put a little pressure on him, but not much. Again, yeah, a little noise early with the infield hit, the stolen base. And I don't know, are we going to have a repeat of what we saw in Milwaukee? And obviously we did not. So John, who came into this game with a 2.18 ERA here at Wrigley Field, just 6 scoreless, to whittle away at that even more.
6 scoreless innings on 4 hits for John Lester. And he's in very good shape to get the win today. So we are in a rain delay here at Wrigley Field. Coming up, a special rain delay edition of Beer Money.
Those are the best.
And we will have more with updates from the ballpark coming up. ready to resume. Tom Wilhelmsen against Matt Caesar, pinch hitter.
Alrighty then, on we go.
Cubs lead 11-0, bottom of the 7th, and the pitch is fouled at the plate.
Akuma, Carnes, Nuno, and now Wilhelmsen, the Mariner who has returned home after being traded to the Rangers, foray with Texas. Reacquired by the Mariners, and Heredia makes his major league debut.
Up and in on a fastball. 1 hour, 14-minute rain delay. Caesar fouls it out of play. Well, the rain stopped, sun came out. Now the sky is a little dark again. We possibly get some more rain, but hopefully after this game is over. From the stretch, the tall righty deals, and Caesar rolls up the middle. Nice scoop by Cano. Safe at first. Caesar has an infield hit.
Yeah, despite a pretty solid effort there by Robbie Cano, it's an infield knock for Caesar.
He didn't even backhand that. It's amazing.
Rangers that lunge for the bag. 14 hits for the Cubs now on the afternoon.
Coghlan with the go-ahead 2-run single in the 2nd. He has scored twice today. And in the dirt for ball 1. Swing and a miss. Wilhelmsen, quite a story. Pitched in the Brewers system back in '03 as a 19-year-old. Very good. Then tested positive twice for marijuana, suspended for a year, eventually decided to quit. He didn't return to baseball until 2009. Pitched in an independent league before hooking on with the Mariners organization in 2010. Went to his first major league camp 2011. Made the club out of spring training. And while he was away from baseball, he bartended, he traveled the world. And he is in his 6th major league season.
Later day Bill Lee.
Yeah, they're making a movie about the spaceman. Have you seen the trailer?
I have not.
It looks good.
Last I knew, Bill Lee was still pitching somewhere. Semi-pro league in New England or Quebec somewhere. He may have moved on from that. The thing about Bill Lee and the reputation of being such a flake, but a very smart guy and a very accomplished pitcher.
Josh Duhamel is the starring role. Yeah, I saw the preview. Look like one I would put on my list. Wilhelmsen has 67 major league saves. Fly ball to left. This one's slicing foul.
Yeah, he had a 10.5 ERA with the Rangers this year. 21 appearances, 21 in the 3rd innings. Got hit very hard. Allowed 7 home runs. And just 21 in the 3rd innings.
The 3-2 Ball 4. Coughlin on 3 times. Bryant has doubled, singled, walked. He's got an RBI, a steal, and a run. So how does shifting fit into the unwritten rules?
It's fine.
You're allowed to shift. You would not be allowed to bunt or do anything like that against the shift. Now I asked that because Coughlin, they were kind of in that pull shift.
Yeah, because I think what most managers would tell you, they're just playing defense. It's not a shift. It's optimal positioning.
There you go. That's what the Brewers call it. 95 but low. One ball, one strike. At one point we had 40,951 here in the ballpark, and a lot have left after the rain. And with the score being what it is. Off the slider. It's 2-2.
Looks like Mike Montgomery will be next for the Cubs. Working this at bat in this blowout game. Going to give away any ABs.
And they're loaded with nobody out. Just like in the 6th. Service saying, why did we continue this game? So Rizzo cleared the bases with a double in that 6th inning. Will bat with the bases full and nobody out here in the bottom of the 7th. Wind blowing in. It's not hurt the Cubs offense one bit. They've hit 2 homers. They have 14 hits in all. Ball 1. Ball 2. You got your money on to pitch the bottom of the 8th for the Seth Smith.
I'm just thinking about that. I don't know if they have a designated position player to pitch.
First, they'll get 1 at 2nd, relay in time. Runs, scores, no RBI for Rizzo. 3-6-3 on the double play. I think that's an exchange both teams will be fine with. Now Wilson Contreras. And I have a question for you.
I do too. I have a question for you too. Who's the new first baseman?
Who's the first baseman? Oh, that's Sardinius.
Who's on first?
What would the score have to be in your favor for you to consider using a position player and not burning a bullpen arm?
Infinite. That would be considered bad form.
You'd never consider.
I bet you it's never been done.
In the air to right.
In the modern era.
Heredia makes the catch, and the inning is over. Well, he gave me a quick answer. 12-0 Cubs after 7. Goes from center to right. Wilson Contreras now catching for ex-Mariner Mike Montgomery.
As we mentioned earlier, if you were with us prior to the rain delay, Mike Montgomery was supposed to make a start for the Mariners in this series. Of course, traded over to the Cubs. He's worked a couple times out of the bullpen. Hasn't had much luck with the Cubs yet, but just a couple of appearances for the season. 3-5 with the .260 earned run average.
Facing Franklin Gutierrez. Acquired July 20th from Seattle, and the lefty misses for ball 1.
Mike turned 27 on the 1st of July. Here's your answer. Sardinius is down in the bullpen.
So the first baseman will pitch the bottom of the 8th. Thinking sinker slider.
See, I was kind of wishing Lee was still in the ball game because I wanted to see that mid-90s gas he featured back in high school.
High drive to center. Caesar will have enough room. 1 out. Wind has shifted a little bit right to left now. And it's Robinson Cano. A walk, a single, and line to the warning track his last time up. Nice running catch by Jason Hayward. Ground ball, base hit. How do you get to Wrigley Field? The Cubs suggest taking public transportation. The Cubs also offer a free bike check, now located near the Addison Red Line station. For drivers, the Cubs provide free remote parking and shuttle service on night and weekend games. For information, visit the A to Z guide on Cubs.com. First Major League plate appearance for Guillermo Heredia. Just joined their roster today.
Played a lot of center field in Cuba, and earlier this year with the Mariners AA and AAA club, put up very good numbers for high average.
Walked more than he struck out. "25 years old. 5'10", 180. Left-handed thrower, right-handed batter. The 0-2 for Montgomery. He's outside.
Don't find too many of those.
You're right. Travis Wood, Randy Johnson,
Ricky Henderson,
Mike Hampton, right? Called strike 3. 2 outs.
Yeah, I believe Hampy did swing from the right side. Well, welcome to the big leagues, kid. He catches him looking at a good curveball.
Seager, nothing for 3. Should be 0 for 4 as Montgomery will cover, and a scoreless 8 in his third appearance as a Chicago Cub. 12-0 Cubs. Follow in-game live on CSNChicago.com, presented by State Farm. Luis Sardinas making his Major League pitching debut. Didn't take a lot of time between pitches. Fastball 79. The little run. 1 ball, 1 strike on Russell. Adam Lind playing first. On the ground, backhanded Seager.
It's a no fun AB for Madison. 0 for 4, so he gets a chance against a position player. Hits it hard, but make him 0 for 5 today. A little wrinkle in it.
Well, Sardinius has now played first, second, short, third, left, and pitch in the big leagues. A strike on Hayward. Our hefty home runs. Hayward and Ross. Sardinius will pick it up. You'd expect him to be a good fielder since he is an infielder by trade. Since he converted to the mound, at least for this inning.
Small sample, but he's a ground ball pitcher. Can bring a little levity to his club on a tough day at the ballpark.
So one thing position players, they all want to pitch, and then you watch them throw, and even if they have success, nobody can repeat their mechanics. I'm not even sure they want to, but
yeah, I think that first one he tried to do a little hesitation. He was trying to get a little funky.
Baez in the air, left, center, and deep. On the warning track, it's caught by Martin to end the inning. We go to the ninth. Cubs 12, Mariners nothing. Schedule and lots of action here on CSN, including tomorrow as the Cubs host the Mariners. Jake Arrieta will pitch. Sunday night game this weekend, and then night games Monday and Tuesday as the Marlins come in. Getaway day on Wednesday here on CSN. Lind will lead off against Montgomery, who gave up a single, but no runs in the 8th.
And they'll likely get the start tomorrow at first base with Arrieta on the mound.
Yeah, they'll probably make some changes. Aoki could end up leading off. Lind in there. 2-0. On the ground up the middle, backhanded by Baez, and he got it.
Montgomery allowed the hit to Cano in the 8th. Struck out 1. Got the ground ball to Seager. Seager's the guy he talked about in his interview with Kelly that we played pregame. The guy he really wanted to get. So he got his guy. As he faces his former mates.
Martin lines into left center for his second hit today. Happy birthday wishes to Carolyn Zakis here at the ballpark celebrating. Carolyn and her husband Gene have been Cubs season ticket holders here at Wrigley Field for over 40 years. So happy 73rd. One and nothing on Iannetta.
Mariners have hit into 89 double plays this year. That's near the top of the league.
Starting to rain again, very lightly.
You know what Mariner fans are thinking right now?
What's that?
We never play well after an off day.
Well, let's see. Well, they did win the last 2 series openers after off days. Not looking good for them today.
Yeah,
fouled off 3-2.
And that's my point. It's not anything that I think if you kind of look it up, it probably doesn't prove to be true, but that just seems to be the sense that people have about the team they follow. After an off day, we never hit after an off day.
We never hit after an off day. We don't hit with runners in scoring position. And ball 4.
And we never ever get anything done when facing a pitcher, especially a rookie, for the first time.
Well, how about we don't hit good pitching? I hear that a lot too. Well, usually the best pitchers fare pretty well. Here's the pitcher, Sardinas. And a strike. Cubs run differential now at 167 on the plus side. Majors in that category by a wide margin, and that's been the case pretty much the entire year. See, the Cardinals, you know, their run differential, even when their record wasn't that good, was pretty good, which sometimes can be an indicator that you're due for a good stretch, and they've done it. 2 down here in the ninth. O'Malley with 2 gone.
And maybe why the Mariners feel like they can make a run at the Rangers. The Rangers will have a run differential of +1.
And they're 15 games over 500. Yeah. So their Pythagorean is probably 500, right? Yeah. Ish. One above, maybe. And a base hit. Martin will score, and that breaks the shutout. (12-1) now. So Montgomery worked a scoreless 8th, gives up 1 here in the 9th. Now Gutierrez.
Yeah, the Rangers are 22-7 in one-run games. It's very difficult to sustain that kind of success over the long haul. Because the Astros and the Mariners hope that they can run them down. And the Astros almost have. There's 3 games behind the Rangers. Mariners 6.5 back.
Two.
Folks waited through the rain delay in an 11-0 ball game for this moment, so they can stand and cheer and sing along.
Runners will take off here with 2 outs and a full count. And the bases are loaded. Cano, who singled off Montgomery in the 8th, will bat with the bases loaded. Outside for a ball.
Never a whole lot of fun to pitch in a game like this, whether you're on the winning side or the trailing side.
Two singles, 2 walks here in the inning. Nobody up in the bullpen. That could change, though. Hammered into the corner. Foul by about a foot.
What a sweet swing he had. My goodness.
He is something to watch at the plate. The body language is as confident as any hitter in the game today, and there's a good reason for it.
Such a quick bat. He made 1 out today, but it was a line drive to center field. 2 hits and a walk.
Three and 1. 2-2. Full count, bases loaded. Miley and Arrieta tomorrow afternoon here at the ballpark. Right here on CSN. Jake will try to get his 13th win. Line and Baez, I think, on the short hop. Yep. Throws to first. Cubs win. Cubs win 12-1 the final.
Well, not a whole lot of drama after that long rain delay. We didn't anticipate it. Lester the win. Goes to 11-4. Chris Bryant on base 5 times today, tying a career high. Javi Baez had 3 hits. Ross homer. Hayward homers for the first time in a long time. And folks that stuck around do indeed get to sing along.
8-game homestand. Cubs have begun it 3-0. Time for our Benny's Beverage Depot toast of the game. We're going to give it to John Lester, who grabbed his 11th win.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of toast to go around on a day like today, but John Lester certainly deserving. The 6 shutout innings, he allowed 4 hits, walked a couple, struck out 7. Carried a 2.18 home ERA into this outing.
Benny's is the official champagne provider of the Chicago Cubs. And the guy who got on 5 times, as JD mentioned, standing by with our Kelly Kroll.
That's right, Chris. A perfect day for you at the plate, but overall a big day for the offense. Do you feel like collectively this group is kind of finding that groove you guys had early in the season again?
Yeah, I think so. I think there's a lot of excitement, obviously, with some trades and some new guys, and it's nice to score that many runs. I don't remember last time we did that, but kind of give the pitching staff a little break, a little breather, and it was a good day for us.
Yeah, Chippin, and I know you see the work like we do that Jason Hayward puts in every day. For him to have a big game like today, how critical could that be for you guys down the stretch to have him feeling good again?
It's huge. I mean, he's one of the hardest workers I've ever seen. I mean, he's dripping sweat at 1:30 in a 7 o'clock game. He puts in so much work, and he's had a lot of bad luck here recently, but you know what? What's awesome about him is he comes out and plays every day. You never know if he goes 4 for 4 or 0 for 4. He has the same attitude, and that's something that we all can learn from.
You mentioned giving the pitching a breather a little bit. John Lester looked pretty good out there this afternoon. Yeah,
he did. He always looks good. I mean, anytime he takes the mound, it's fun to watch him compete. I mean, he's always hitting his spots, keeping his pitch count down. David calls a good game. It's really fun playing behind him.
Awesome. Well, Chris, enjoy all these runs today. We'll see you back here tomorrow.
All right, thank you.
Guys, Chris Bryant, big win for the Cubs today. Lots of offense.
Thank you, Kelly. So for JD, for Kelly, and our entire CSN crew, and Casper saying so long, but we have more to come here on CSN, and we're back with you tomorrow as well. Our pregame coverage from Wrigley Field starts at 12:30. Blue Cross Blue Shield postgame live right around the corner. Once again, the final score today, the Cubs 12 and the Mariners 1. Stay tuned.